All right, give us a moment. We are still trying to get our players in the room here. Alright, all it is we're just waiting on our player from the Wavy ones to give us some contact. Yeah. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hopefully we'll be able to get started soon. Right now we are just waiting on player from the Wavy ones. So go ahead and pop some popcorn and yeah, it's a bit unfortunate situation. Alright, we're working on a solution. It's a bit unfortunate for this to happen, but hey, what is a Tetris event without some sort of issue? Hope everyone is doing okay. All right, we're working on getting our last player in, but we are going to be ready to start soon. So thank you all for being so patient. It's unfortunate we get to start almost 30 minutes late, but hey, it is what it is. But everyone can hear me. Just want to double check that, right? Not hearing nothing, I guess you can say. All right, sweet. We're trying to get one of our players in the right max out club room. It's like Gunther is requesting same piece sets from Vince. So if Vince does have same piece sets, he could of course accept. Just gotta get Gunther in the right room. He's in the wrong room right now. Okay, so it looks like Vince can't do same piece sets, which is fun. It's not a requirement. I want to say thank you, Dog, for doing all the sponsor quests. Help increase the prize pool by a solid $1. So now we are at $1,001 for the total prize pool. Yeah, literally all we're doing is just waiting on Gunther to join the right room. All right. There we go. I just got to make sure Gunther tests gameplay. But while that is going on, hello everyone, welcome to the classic Tetris Gauntlet Overdrive Playoffs. I'm your favorite underwater host, Sharky, and tonight we have an exciting matchup. This is going to be match number 2 between your finalist teams, the Millionaire and the Wavey ones. For those of you that are unfamiliar how this particular format works, it is a team Tetris match. Both teams have 4 players that play in a match at a time. The team that wins the most individual matches will take that point. If both teams tie at the end of the set, then we go into sudden death, which both teams send out 1 player to play up against each other. They don't know the order, and the first team to 2 in sudden death wins. But of course, we'll get into a little bit more detail when we approach that. Right now, it does appear that both of our players are ready. So once again, I really appreciate you guys being patient on the wait. So let's go ahead and check out our players. Once Vince is done with this particular game, we'll be able to get started. Oh, I should totally play that out. That was like max out pace. Well, regardless, it seems that both players are ready. So let's go ahead and get game number 1 counted down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So start things off, looks like Vince is going to have to commit to a little bit of early burning. This is going to be Vince's second playoff match. Play the first one, I believe, up against the Stochastic squad. Could be wrong on that. And Gunther also having some troubles with his start as well. So neither player is going to be scoring a Tetris here in the beginning. And really a lot of complicated pieces for Vince to have to deal with. Is finding ways to get that hole open. And same can be said for Gunther. Both players just not really having a great start. But that eyepiece is going to be much appreciated over there for Vince. And Gunther is set up for the first Tetris of the game. Well, was set up. Eyepiece just did not come in time. Goes for a nice little skim. Tetris ready. Beautiful adjustment on the O-piece. Vince trying to get set up as well. And Gunther scores the first Tetris of the game. And Vince answers right back. Definitely a tricky opener there. Well, both players able to handle it pretty well. Gunther, on the other hand, running into another drought. Does get the eyepiece. Knocks down a Tetris. And Vince now with definitely a complicated series of pieces here. I'm going to try and find a nice way to burn this out. That hole is on column 2, so it's a little bit more tedious in order to get access to it. Does get a T-piece though. Vince now one row away from being Tetris ready. Now it's Tetris ready. Gunther able to build up a 36,000 point lead. And another drought over there for Gunther. Nothing too crazy though. 115 and now 76,000. Vince, of course, trailing. But both players keeping the well open. Vince having to go for a lot of doubles here. A lot of unwanted S's and is running in the middle of a 20-piece drought. There it is. Tetris for Vince. Gunther at 163. And looks like both players should be in a relatively calm position. We're still seeing a lot of droughts on both players' sides, despite not being same piece sets. And ooh, Vince going for the overhang. Perfect pieces. Tetris for Vince. And there it is, another Tetris for Gunther as well. 174 to now 212. And so far, both players just keeping it mostly clean. Vince goes for the S overhang. It's going to have to take a couple of burns. Gunther's not in a position to score, and Vince decides to intentionally create a long bar dependency on the left and decides not to fill it. Is going to try and bring the stack down into a safer pasture, if you will. But this is definitely an uncomfortable board for both players. Vince does get that Z, able to find the burn, just needs a J piece, or an I piece will work. Neither is showing up. Finally gets a J piece, but now needs an I piece for the right hand side. Gunther gets all the way cleaned up. Vince is set up for something dirty. Finds a double. Gonna go ahead and take a couple of burn lines as well. And man, what a drought, and what a time to run into a drought. And finally gets the eyepiece over to the right-hand side. Deals with one dependency, but then creates another. Able to avoid the misdrop and have just enough dash for that Z-piece to get over. In need of a J-piece now. It's an I-piece instead. And just a really tough situation for Vince. Is finding a way to survive. We have roughly around 24 lines left till the transition. And Vince is still struggling to get clean. Holding out for ideal pieces. And once again, it's a hole on column 2. As I mentioned, it's one of the more tedious holes to try and burn out of. Great J piece over there for Vince. Gonna go for the flat burn. Smart burns for Vince. Able to get the stack cleaned up. S piece is a little bit rough. Gets an L piece, but decided not to use it for the tuck. Uses the corresponding one. And Vince now back in trouble. I piece dependent. Gets an I piece, but man, that's a tough S piece to have to deal with. But a perfect JO right there. Vince is going to transition at 251,000. Had a little bit of shakiness upon transitions. Going to find a double. Meanwhile, Gunther transitions at 353,000. Currently a 100,000 point lead. But all things considered, very impressive survival from Vince. Needs to find a piece to burn down. And decides to make a small compromise. Would love to see an L or an I. There's an L piece. Vince still finding ways to navigate down. Meanwhile, Gunther having a little bit of complications. And just like that, Vince is cleaned up and is ready to start scoring for Tetris's. Well, not quite. Does have to get built up for Tetris. But amazing down stacking. Gunther, on the other hand, trying to survive here. Vince now Tetris ready. And oh, a little bit of a misdrop. So just going to decide and burn it all down. Gunther still surviving up top. Very impressive down stacking on display right now from Gunther. And just somehow narrowly avoiding death. But oh no, those misdrops for Vince. And Vince is going to top it at 284. A brilliant effort. But at the end of the day, Gunther just transitioned too high. And Vince could not get clean enough. Game 1 goes to Gunther. All right, we have it ready from both players, so let's go ahead and get game number 2 underway. Can Vince tie things up, or will Gunther go up to a 2-0 lead? We are about to find out in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So, what a tough game for both players, especially the openers. The openers were incredibly rough, but both players were able to demonstrate some impressive survival at various points in the game. Of course, Vince having to deal with majority of his survival in level 18, and Gunther had to survive more so on level 19. But nonetheless, both players had phenomenal resilience. However, let's see how things are going to be in this game, where the openers are a lot more fluid, and we're not really seeing as much tribulation as what we've seen, at least in the first 20 lines. And of course, we still got a whole entire game ahead of us. And Gunther's actually going to be spending a couple of lines burning. Nice set of burns over there from Vince. Able to find a Tetris and actually take the lead. And Gunther's going to be dealing with some pretty interesting digs here. Did find a nice sequence of burns to at least give a little bit more access into that column 4 hole. Goes for the L-Tug, not really a different choice there. So Vince able to build up just around a 33,000 point lead. Perfect pieces for Vince, and is looking to go for the most optimal piece to try and open that up. Fortunately, RNG kind of was a bit too late, so Vince going to go for a couple more conservative burns. Does need a J piece, and now is actually in need of an I piece. So Vince is going to be spending some lines fixing this up. Meanwhile, Gunther knocks down a Tetris, created an I piece dependency. Vince, on the other hand, still trying to find a way to navigate this down to the bottom. Nice J burn. Gunther now takes the lead with that Tetris. Vince opens up the well. is now Tetris ready, and we are somehow separated by 1 point. Gunther managed to push down for 2 points at some point in the game, in the early game, so has the lead currently. It's going to knock down a Tetris to take a definitive lead, as Vince is still trying to get the stack into a scoring position. It's only a couple Minos away and doesn't really have any digging to do. Just now patiently waiting. I like that Z burn. Very disciplined, going to try and keep the stack as accommodating as possible. Fortunately, these pieces for Vince just aren't too friendly. Gunther now back into a dig situation. There it is, Tetris for Vince back into the lead. Just barely, 218 and now 216. And Vince is in a position to continue scoring Tetrises. Gunther still has a little bit of burning left to do. There's another Tetris for Vince. Gunther creates a long bar dependency on the left-hand side, fills it in instead of going for the Tetris, and then knocks one down. So just about a 1 Tetris lead for Vince here. Nice adjustment. Tetris for Vince, 288 to now 267. There it is, Tetris for Gunther. Back and forth so far between both players. And once again, separated. Well, we were separated by 4 points there. Vince got a couple of sneaky extra 4 pushdown points over Gunther. Gunther knocks down a Tetris. And actually has a chance. Oh, great S spin over there for Vince. The players not getting closer to the transition. Gunther having to do a little bit of digging here. Found a couple of great pieces. It's going to allow a bit more of an efficient down stack. Unfortunately, it is going to be J piece dependent. Trying to avoid an I piece dependency. Converts the J piece dependency to LJ1. Finds the L. And still has to do a couple more burns. Vince able to only take advantage of it by 1 Tetris so far. Makes a minor adjustment. And just like that, Gunther is back down at the bottom. Tetris for Vince. 392 to now 351. Another Tetris for Vince. 414. Gunther. Clean board. And Vince creates a long bar dependency. Able to get it filled, and just in time before transition. Both players have 9 lines left. Vince would love to get an L piece here. And oh, L piece comes a bit too late. Nice discipline right there for Vince. Throws that L piece all the way over. Great placements. Just needs an I piece. Gonna go for the T-Tug, burn for a triple. 420 transition for Vince, and knocks down the Tetris. Does have an I piece dependency to deal with, and gets dealt with that long bar almost immediately. Gunther's gonna take a triple. Not a Tetris. Vince able to get that I piece all the way over. So both players just trying to get the board under control. Vince with a little bit of a concerning misdrop. That board on the left could be dangerous. Has to get something over. Throws the O piece over. Great decision. But more misdrops over here for Vince, and Gunther's all the way down at the board. Vince, unfortunately, is going to top it at 460, so Gunther needs 461. The Tetris and change will do it. But of course, has all the time in the world to line out. At this point, 1 Tetris is good enough. But 2 triples can also do it as well. There's 1 triple. Needs 1 more single here. And that second triple does it. Gunther is good for game number 2. So, but Gunther is good for this game. Very tough situation going into level 19 for Vince. Made all the right burns, but just a couple of unsavory misdrops just led to a top out mid 20. When we have it ready from both players, we can get game number 3 underway. Both players are ready, so let's go ahead and count them down. Game number 3. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Looks like we had a little bit of a push-down war to start off. Separated by 9 points in favor of Gunther. And Vince is admittedly getting a couple of tricky pieces. Same can also be said for Gunther. As a matter of fact, Gunther is actually in a little bit more danger. And oh, a little bit of a judgment error over there for Vince. Able to go for the tuck. Gunther almost brought the stack down all the way to the bottom. Vince is in a safer position, but not in a position to score just quite yet. Gunther is Tetris ready and scores the first Tetris of the game. $64,000 for Gunther, 20,000, make that 42,000, and now 65,000 for Vince. Able to find a couple of Tetrises there. It cleans up the stack very meticulously, and now both players are in a position to start scoring Tetrises. Gunther does have a Tetris lead at the moment. It's a Tetris for Vince, closing the gap. And Gunther, nice T-tug. Vince sets up a delayed burn, gets burned out beautifully. Now just has to wait on the long bar. This could get a little bit scary for Vince. Oh, that misdrop. That might do it, and Vince, unfortunately, is going to have an early top out. So Gunther is good for game number 3, and the Wavey ones go up 1-0 here in the match. But with that being said, let's go ahead and get our next match set up. Current score is 1-0, Wavey one's favor. We have about 2 minutes left. Both of these players seem to be connected and are warming up. And everything looks fine. So, with that being said, let's go ahead and introduce our 2 players, which are going to be playing up next, which is, of course, going to be Toby and O. So let's go ahead and take a quick look at their regular season statistics. Now, this is actually one of the very few rare things that we've actually seen happen this season, where there is a player that actually has a couple of better statistics than O. O, of course, with an overall record across both the season and the playoffs at around 13-3, and as well as a season record of 6-2. Toby has the advantage in transitioning higher on average and having a higher average score as well with 701,000. The rate of transition is borderline negligible, and we have pretty similar post-transition indexes, which all that means is essentially how many lines on average do they make it past post-transition. So on average, O will take a game to level 27, or in Toby's case, would take a game to level 25. That's on average, and of course, you know, averages don't tell you everything, but they're a pretty good indicator. But also, this is just specifically for the regular season. We do have some playoff specific statistics where O is currently 2-0 in sudden death with a 1-0 up against Toby's 1-0 record in sudden death. Toby still has the higher average transition. There's a little bit of a graphics typo there. That shouldn't be like that. But O this time has a higher average score by quite a good amount. And the rate of transition for O is definitely more so in the favor. Post-transition index for O is superior, and playoff record is superior. So definitely we can see a lot of interesting combinations come out of this match, whether it be O with just having just dominant average score games, or Toby being able to channel back what happened earlier this season and just bring regularly consistent games. But of course, both of our players are warming up right now, and so whenever they have finished warmed up and we are good to go, we'll be able to get game number 1 of match number 2 underway. We're just waiting on O to get back in the seat. As much as I love to have Chair play, I'm not sure if Chair can ready up. But O will be back shortly. Just went to use the restroom. Right. O is back. So both players are ready. Let's get game number 1 counted down. The Wavy one's already up 1-0 on the set. O needs to win this to tie things up 1-1. Toby needs to win this to bring the Wavy ones one step away from victory. Here we go. Let's go ahead and count them down in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And to start things off, both players starting off with equally clean stacks and both knocked down a Tetris. To my knowledge, Toby still taps and O has transitioned to becoming a roller. So we've also seen it in multiple cases where 29 play can be a factor, and O, of course, being able to play just a little bit longer in 29 than some other players, including the captain Supermons for the Stochastic squad this season. You can definitely see a lot of games be decided by just the 29 playability from O. Of course, O needs to make it to 29 in order for it to be of use. Now, in the playoffs so far, O is yet to have an early or a loss by an early top out. So take with that what you will, but it's definitely going to be hard on either player here coming into this game. And speaking of hard, O's running into a couple of tough sequences, being forced to build up something slightly of the dirty persuasion. Slightly dirty center wheel right there for O. Just going to take the triple. Toby, on the other hand, able to kind of capitalize and build up just under a 2 Tetris lead. Oh, now I piece dependent in column 2. Decides to place the O piece, creating a hole, but all the same avoiding an I piece dependency. Very clever placements so far, but fortunately having to go for these prolonged burns is going to allow Toby to build up a almost 60,000 point lead. Oh, now finally Tetris ready, as Toby is fighting off of a drought. Both players actually fighting off a drought. Lasted 18 and 17 pieces for Toby and O respectively. So once again, nothing super crazy, just not something that you want to run into, especially in the case of O trying to come back from a deficit early on. Toby, on the other hand, has just been playing phenomenal clean Tetris, really trying to minimize burns, and you could definitely see that it shows in terms of both the Tetris rate and the score that Toby has posted so far. 287,000 for Toby, 228 for O. There are Tetris for O there. Toby knocks down Tetris, has to deal with this hole somehow, and is going to decide to deal with it immediately instead of waiting until another Tetris is scored. And this could be a minor opportunity. There's one Tetris for O, looking to try and find another. Nice split double followed by a couple of singles. And Toby, a couple of rough S's there. There it is, Tetris for Toby. 345 to now 321. O has actually made quite a substantial comeback, and as a matter of fact is only down by 1 Tetris in terms of actuality, but in pace, both players are arguably neck and neck here. There it is, Tetris for O has now closed the gap to only a couple thousand points and has taken the lead following that Tetris. 370 and now 352. Toby still struggling to get out of this efficiently. It's definitely turning into a prolonged dig and just resulting in an opportunity for O to continue expanding the lead. Toby finally getting a couple of good pieces, gets all the right pieces, able to burn it out. There is Tetris for Toby. He's back in the game, scoring Tetrises. Oh, would love to see an I piece here, actually. Fortunately, nowhere to be found. We are nearing the transition. Toby has roughly 18 lines to go. O has 23. There's a couple of quick Tetrises from Toby and a counter Tetris for O, and just perfect. It was able to open up that hole and now doesn't have to build any kind of dirty Tetrises for the time being. Toby, on the other hand, will transition with the next Tetris or 4 line clears. And there it is. Toby is going to transition at 484. Oh, on the other hand, still has a ways to go. As Toby knocks down a Tetris. Oh, can try and squeeze out 2 more here. Tetris for Toby, 532. And Tetris for O, 536. O's going to take a couple of safe skims. Toby now at level 20. And O's going to transition at 560,000. Very respectable transition here in game number 1. Definitely going to put a lot of pressure on Toby here to start things off with. And Toby, in the midst of both players actually running into a drought. Toby not able to utilize that eyepiece or anything, but O could. There's a Tetris for O. Solidifying 1 Tetris into the lead and behind a full level, so has more room to work with. Tetris for O. Toby opens up the well. Not going to go for the triple, just going to keep the well open. Skims for a single, and Tetris for Toby. 602 to now 647. Toby clean board. O having to do a little bit of burning, so another Tetris for Toby. Definitely making O fight for this one, but O is Tetris ready. Both players scored Tetris 677 and now 661. Separated by a full level in terms of where they are in the stage of the game. And they're both continuing to knock down Tetrises against each other. O having to deal with an LJ dependency. Is Tetris ready? And unfortunately doesn't get the ideal pieces. As a matter of fact, O is going to be spending some time burning. Is officially fallen behind. O now has to do some survival here. Goes for a delayed burn. Could have been a risky choice. And O hangs a piece to the left, and Toby tops out as well. Only winning by 11,000 points. Toby takes game number 1. Fantastic game from both players there. All right, we have it ready from both players, so let's go ahead and count them down. Game number 2. Toby is 2 games away from taking the set, but O is 1 game away from tying it. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Very strong game from Toby there. And O also, of course, had the pace advantage throughout the majority of the post-transition. Just kind of got into a tricky situation and wasn't able to find a way to navigate through it. Of course, after hanging the T-piece on the left-hand side, it's going to be very difficult to get anything over. But O is going to be starting off right now pretty chill and interesting. Could be a misdrop, but it could also be a delayed burn. It works in both capacities. O is able to hit the T-spin there, and we are tied. And so far, things still looking pretty good for both players. 98k for O, 100k for Toby. And O actually in a position to have a little bit of an advantage in terms of pacing. There is Tetris for O. Of course, Toby always going to make it a little bit more difficult here. Tetris for O into the lead. So we had to take that. Didn't really have many other options. Nice little ZS burn. Keeps the well clean, knocks down the Tetris as well. Once again, Toby going to kind of pull ahead in lines. And Toby is generally up higher on average than O, which is a little bit of an interesting thing to say considering that O is the roller out of the two. And O actually going to commit for row 2. Knocks down a Tetris, but now has a little bit of a tricky situation to deal with. As a matter of fact, O's just looking for a J piece, or any kind of piece to burn will do. It's the J piece and Tetris for O. Still maintaining a lead. Perfect L for the triple. And just like that, O is clean. Toby, on the other hand, was in the middle of experiencing a 19-piece drought. Still finds the Tetris, so incredibly close game. Just back and forth between the players so far. Tetris for Toby. Oh, trying to get Tetris ready here. And there it is, Tetris for O. The counter Tetris for Toby. Toby finds a Tetris there as well. And so far, both players playing at the same pace, and it's pretty high pace as well. And Toby now able to take a 2 Tetris lead. Oh, on the other hand, needs to be a little bit careful. He's in the midst of a drought. Has to finally start taking some burns. It's the J piece all the way over. And oh, after 37 pieces, holds out just long enough for the Tetris. Toby has built up almost a 100,000 point lead though. And we are nearing the transition. Toby, lead got cut down to around a Tetris and a half. And having to take that triple kind of gives an opportunity for O to potentially gain some sort of efficiency. $557 now for Toby, $495 for O. And try and squeeze out 3 Tetrises here. There was one. Toby going for another here right before transition. And looks like O is just going to try and get the stack fixed up just in time and ready to go. As Toby transitions around 560,000. O transitions at 527. O needs an eyepiece. Gets it. Should be able to survive and is now in scoring position. There it is, Tetris for O. But a counter Tetris for Toby. 621 and now 560. And O, last second adjustment there. Just throwing that piece all the way over to the right. Tetris for O. Toby is clean. And scores a Tetris as well, maintaining this lead. As O right now is still fighting up against some tyrannical pieces. Looking for an L piece here. Decides to compromise with RNG and just take the burn. And that kind of particular placement looks similar to what we saw earlier in one of our games. And no perfect clear right there. The most important thing is O is alive. 627, now 689. $691 now. There's a Tetris for Toby, but now Toby... Actually, no. Toby's going to find a very efficient way to burn out of that. Wow. What a down stack over there from Toby. However, O is not too far behind. As a matter of fact, this is within one Tetris range. We're going to be neck and neck if O can find a long bar here. There it is. Tetris for O. Got to around 8,000 points before Toby knocks down another 2. 791, now 721. Oh, doesn't want to go for that S-spin. Going to be, once again, forced to do a little bit of burning up top. But is finding ways to place pieces that keep the stack clean and allow the well to be open. There it is. Tetris for O. 761 and now 831. Level 26 for Toby. Another Tetris for O. And we are borderline in neck and neck territory. Toby actually having some burns to do. O knocks down a Tetris. Closes the gap to now only 8,000 points. There it is. Tetris for O into the lead. 857 and now 840. Toby's still trying to dig out of this. Only has the level remaining. Those are some good pieces. Opens up the well. Both players. Tetris ready. There's a... No, Toby passes up on the Tetris and makes a couple of misdrops afterwards. Oh, now with a 40,000 point lead and almost a full level to go. A little bit over a full level to go before 29. And Toby can't really get this board right for scoring. Has to throw pieces over to the left. Is down by 2 Tetrises worth. So unless something can be done here. But nah, it looks like Toby's just going to call it. Makes it all the way to 29 at 895. But O is good for game number 2 and ties things up. 1-1. And there's the max out for O. Once we have... we got it ready from both players. So let's go ahead and count them down. Both players have won 1 game apiece. We go into game 3 and see which player gets 1 step closer to taking the entire match. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So far, the Wavey ones have taken the first match of the set with Vince versus Gunther. And O is looking to equalize the set 1-1, as both players do have 1 heart apiece. And looks like both players are actually getting dealt a tough hand with pieces. And Toby's still trying to find a way to get back into scoring position. Beautiful J right there. Both players knocked down a Tetris. Definitely a tricky opener to begin with. Seems it was handled quite well from both players. Just going to have a little bit of a lower Tetris rate to start things off with. As O, once again, kind of dealt a couple of tough pieces. There's Tetris for Toby. Into the lead. And we are tied, despite being separated a good amount in lines. Kind of bizarre. When I say a good amount, I mean just technically 4. And O is going to push down for 3 points to prevent the tie. However, Toby says, I don't go for petty pushdown points. I'm going to just score a full Tetris and get rid of the tie that way. And Toby also has pushed down for about 7 pushdown points. So both players having a little bit of fun here. However, Toby off to a clean Tetris streak here as O still trying to have to compromise with a lot of the pieces that are being thrown his way. There's one Tetris for O, and Toby actually having to do a minor amount of burning. So if O could potentially find a Tetris, Toby was able to get cleaned up just in time to counter the Tetris that O just sent. 228 to now 229, separated by 1,000 points yet again. And right now, both players just trying to pull off an advantage off against one another. Oh, with the cleaner stack, so can take advantage here as Toby is spending some time getting the stack under control. And Toby down back at the bottom. 285 for O, 269 for Toby. Both players at around identical line counts, so this is a true lead for O. Knocks down 2 quick Tetrises there. Toby didn't have anywhere for that long bar, but that long bar finds a home right there in column 10. 331 to now 292, and interestingly enough, O's going for the column 4. Able to find it. Things look pretty stable here. Oh, with a lead as Toby. Actually, this could get really dangerous for Toby. Nothing's burning, and Toby's just going to top out at 318. So, O at 381 is good for game number 3. All right, both players are ready for game number 3, or game number 4, pardon me. Can Toby bring this to a decider, or is O going to tie things up? We're about to find out in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. Nice little S overhang over there for O. Gonna opt to get Tetris ready early, gets the first Tetris of the game. Toby, of course, then follows suit. And so far, things are looking pretty calm for both players here in the opener. Always having to take a few more burns than Toby, as Toby is starting out with a flawless opener so far. And oh, in the midst of a drought here, 22 pieces and counting. Finally finds the long bar, knocks down a Tetris, but is still going to be trailing as Toby maintains a clean board. There's Tetris for O. Finally cracked that 100,000 point mark. And doing it before 30 is still very respective. Means we could be looking at a mid to high 500k transition here from early indicators. And Toby's gonna have to potentially spin some burn lines here. And Toby really going for this and running headfirst into a drought. Might have been a little bit too risky. Great T-piece right there. Just going to have to take a triple, and Toby has officially lost his lead. 198 to now 182. Tetris for O, keeping things strong, and Toby just really did not have a place for that Z. Oh, also playing a little bit with fire here. Tetris for O, but now is definitely going to be spending some time burning this out, and probably found the most efficient way to burn that out, actually. Can go directly back into scoring Tetrises, albeit on row 2, but still in a position to score Tetrises while your opponent is still digging. Definitely a ideal one to be in. There is Tetris for Toby, 253 to now 302. Oh, currently 49,000 point lead and also slightly behind in lines. So could have more of an advantage than it appears to be. And Toby actually in a lot of trouble here. And Toby can't get it all the way over to the left. Toby's going to top out at 256. Another early top out gives game number 4. And the Millionaires tie up the set 1-1. Kind of a similar story to what we saw in our previous match before Waco. But that being said, let's go ahead and get our players set up for our next match here. Coming up next is going to be match number 3, SB versus Burb. Score is currently tied 1-1. there's a 2-2 in sets, then we go to sudden death, which both teams send 3 players in a, I wouldn't say random order per se, but a order that's not disclosed to the opposing team, and whichever team wins 2 out of those sets ends up taking the match. The sets, of course, are best of 1. So we are actually running a bit ahead of schedule, actually, despite the delay. Ooh. It's tricky. Yeah, we are quite a bit of schedule, actually. But once I'm done getting the match set up, All right. Both of our players are warming up. So since we are kind of in the halfway point, if you want to grab some CTWC merch, of course, the newest design, personally, I like it, has a lot of Easter eggs. So if you've been in the community for a while, I challenge you to try and find as many Easter eggs as you can. I was going to give you guys a hint, but then I think it's like kind of obvious if I'll point it out. So yeah, but definitely I do like the design. But of course, in addition to CTWC merch, you can also get some officially licensed Tetris shirts from Geek Tropical. They have all different kind of designs, 19 different ones as a matter of fact. So there probably is a style for you, and who knows, there might be more coming out in the future. But in addition to that, check out the Tetris gummies made by Power Bears. Get 25% off if you order it in your Amazon cart, which, I mean, 25% off, I'd say that's a pretty good deal. And it comes, I believe, in a pack of 4. So definitely worth it. Of course, you want to check out some games by Premium Edition, Modern Retro done right. Mainly founded by Jeffrey Wittenhagen, if I'm not mistaken. And he was, one of the original commentators way back when your retro CTWCs that made the placement pieces kind of piece. Gauntlet does have merch, but some of those designs are going to be altered. So currently the Gauntlet merch store is down unless you want a retro design. But probably this upcoming Sunday, there'll be plenty of stuff in that for the store to be open. And then, of course, if you fancy yourself a Goofy Foot controller, you can always check out Total Radness, where the D-pad is on the right-hand side and the A and B buttons are on the left-hand side. Some people would like to use it for rolling, others like to use it for tapping, and there are a few players that like to use it for dash. So join the Tetris World Order and the Goof Troop today. And of course, that is all the time we have for in our little brief intermission. I guess you can call it like our halftime. We're also trying to stall because we are really ahead of schedule. But that being said, let's go ahead and take a look at our statistics between our upcoming 2 players, which is of course going to be SV versus Burb. Now, during the regular season, for those of you that didn't know, SV is the only player in the Gauntlet event to have gone undefeated going up against players against a similar skill level. Kind of started off the season as a 1.1 player, picked up rolling, and now almost has the same PB as the current captain of the Millionaires. And you can definitely see that reflected in majority of the stats. The average transition, the average score, the post-transition index are all higher than what Burb has been able to accomplish this season. But of course, Burb managed to get a 75% rated transition. And speaking of players that have kind of gone through their own little improvement arc, Burb also has gone through an arc of learning rolling and has been able to accomplish some pretty phenomenal things with it. And that can definitely be seen more so in the playoffs, given all the time that Burb has had to refine it. As you can see, the average transition is a lot closer to SV's, and the rated transition is still higher. And when it comes to average score, only separated by 24 or 27,000 points, pardon me, 27,000 points. So still relatively close, depending on what level you are. That can be a Tetris. And the post-transition index is in favor of Burb. SV in the playoffs is no longer undefeated, went 4-1, while Burb is currently 2-1. So we do have a pretty interesting match on our hands. But of course, when both players are in fact ready, then we'll be able to get our first match between game number 3 underway. Of course, they can take as much time to warm up as they need. We're just stalling for time at this point. Because one of the captains is going to be slightly late. So... Speaking of, that reminds me, I need to create a checklist. A couple things I need to do. Alright, it would seem that both players are ready for game number, or rather match number 3, game number 1. Let's go ahead and get them started and count them down. Also, name needs to be changed. Let me fix that. We go in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. So, Burb does have a tall order in front of him. Has to beat the once undefeated SV here in a match in order to give the Wavey ones a strong leg up going into the captain's match. Of course, things cut it pretty close last match, where in particular the Wavey ones needed to win the captain's match in order to go to a sudden death. And although CTW had a phenomenal game number 1, having a early rollover, it just wasn't doable in the remaining games, as Miles was able to kind of put things away. Of course, that's the goal of the Wavy ones here today, is to try and equalize the set. The Millionaires are up 1-0 in the finals. And if they go up 2-0, that means they just have to win one more match to win it all. And be the first ever back-to-back team champions in Gauntlet. And definitely cement themselves in the name of history. Nice little dirty Tetris over there for SV, able to also find a well transfer and follows up with a corresponding Tetris. Of course, the Wavy ones, you know, aren't a stranger to performing well in the playoffs, especially in Gauntlet last season. Wavy ones were able to walk away in 4th place, losing in the 3rd place match to Stochastic Squad, and losing up against the Grandmasters, which I think the Grandmasters last season shocked everyone, being able to upset the 1st seed Oxcords, and then eventually the 4th seed, the Wavy ones. Of course, both teams are under a new team captain this season. Miles last season was under the team known as TCGI, and CTW was part of the Wavy ones as just a player, and so far has been the only player in Gauntlet history to now maintain an undefeated record throughout the overall season, which includes the season and the playoffs included. However, SV has managed to be undefeated during the regular season, but a little bit of history for you guys that are watching that are a little bit new to the Gauntlet format. We got some pretty nice games going on. 309 for SV, 308 for Burb. And right now, both players just playing very strongly. Of course, next season, SV won't be on the Millionaires, will be a captain, and is likely to be a captain of the Grandmasters, which should be interesting, especially that means that we'll see SV have to combat Miles and Sidnev a lot. And ooh, SV kind of getting a couple of tricky pieces. $389 now for SV, 402 for Burb. Burb actually with the lead in pace. As SV looking for a couple of pieces. Tricky T-piece. Gonna force a couple more burn lines. I do like the way that SV is approaching that. Very smart burns. As Burb continues to stack incredibly clean. Of course, last time Burb played in the match, Burb had to go up against O. And O was able to just have a dominant performance all around. And that was supposed to be essentially the Wavey one's ticket to at least guarantee a sudden death. As SV has only been able to have been beaten by one person, and that was on the Sparks Aminos. DMJ had a solid, not even solid, a phenomenal playoff performance. And that's kind of been the case for majority of the players. Majority of the players have had the best performance of their career here in the playoffs. Oh, rather their gauntlet season, not necessarily their career. And we definitely seen this happen in the case of Burb. But we are about to transition. One more line clear. And SV really going aggressive. SV is going to transition at 520,000. Burb, on the other hand, looks like to transition at 595. SV fighting for survival here. Needs the right pieces. Needs an eyepiece. Needs one soon. And SV is going to have a top out of transition at 524. So Burb is good for game number 1. We got it ready from Burb. That's one way to do it. Take the first game. But both players are ready for game number 2. So let's go ahead and count them down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Both players start off with a T-piece too. Of course, season registration will be opening potentially this Saturday, if not this Saturday, this Sunday. So if you want to become part of a team or even continue to play next season, keep your eyes peeled for when registration opens for the next season. And registration is going to be open for a good amount of time. Give players ample opportunity to decide whether or not they want to participate on a team. There is Tetris for Burb. Or not Tetris for Burb, Tetris for SV. Burb is trying to get into Tetris scoring position. Now there it is, Tetris for Burb. A little bit of a rough start for Burb, but most important thing is clean and is ready to continuously score Tetrises. However, SV walking into this game with a little bit of a chip on his shoulder, opening up with a flawless opener. And that's, you know, one of the hardest things to combat up against your opponent early game is whenever they have a flawless opener, there really isn't anything you can do. And I like the adjustments SV is making here. Really trying to put an emphasis on what you would do if you're trying to maintain a perfect Tetris rate. And so far has done a fantastic job of doing so. Tetris for SV, 228 to Burb's 155,000, which is by no means a bad score. it's just hard to compete with when you're going up against a player that is currently going perfect. But SV is going to finally have to take a first set of burns here. And that's one of the things you do have to be careful when you decide to go perfect, is when too much is too much. And this is actually a very awkward situation. There's a Tetris. SV can go for a double and then go for row 3. Looks like SV is just going to find a way to burn down. The Tetris for SV right there in column 2. Verb, on the other hand, trying to survive, and he's definitely looking like some complex pieces. And, ooh, okay. Nice solution. As SV now goes for a column 4. Split double. Love to get one more J piece. That combination of pieces works for Burb. Burb now just needs a J or an I. Either or would work. Fortunately, neither came in time. Needs another I piece here. There's the 2 I pieces. Burb knocks down a Tetris. 224 for Burb. 360 for SV. Or is Burb another player that managed to stay on the Wavey one since last season? SV didn't participate last season, so this has been essentially not necessarily his Gauntlet debut, as that happened earlier this season, but this is going to be SV's first time playing in a Gauntlet-related event, and has probably made a very impressive stamp in history. Guaranteed the graphics design team this upcoming season is going to be making a lot of graphics, recapping a lot of the achievements that both SV and Burb have managed to accomplish. There it is, Tetris for SV, 438 to now 341. Almost 100,000 point lead over Burb. Burb, of course, had a little bit of a tough opener, and it wasn't necessarily vastly inefficient in comparison to SV's. It's just SV started off with a no burn 44 lines, I believe, if I'm remembering correctly. Nice little overhang over there for SV. Does create a long bar dependency on the left side. Trying to find a good way to burn it out. And these pieces aren't really too friendly. SV knocks down the Tetris. Burb also in a situation that requires some burning. SV gets the L piece. Now just needs an L. Burb really going for this dirty center wheel Tetris. Has to go for the triple. 10 lines left tilt transition. There's a Tetris for SV. Burb's got to bring the stack down. And oh my gosh, is going for the Tetris. But it looks like that's going to be it. Burb tops out at 399. So SV is good for game number 2. And ties up the set 1-1. All right, looks like we do have it ready from both players. We are currently tied 1-1. Let's see which player is going to take game number 3 and be one step away from giving their team an advantage. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Alright, to start things off, Verb is the first to score Tetris. Got a couple of long bars there. And SV follows suit. So right now, really nice openers. A lot of clean stacks here to start things off. And SV is able to see the proper T adjustment. Makes the tightening adjustment with that T right there as well. And we are tied. Flawless openers so far. Verb having to take the first burn. And SV might follow suit. No, actually finds the long bar there. Tetris for SV. Yet again, another flawless 20-line opener. Verb, it's only had to take 2 burn lines. So, definitely in a much better position in this game than in the previous. And, a little bit of a drawback here. SV gonna correct that. Still finds a way to score Tetris without having to force any burns here. Verb not gonna tuck that Z piece underneath. This is actually a couple of tricky piece sequences over there for Verb. Gonna have to take some more burn lines. SV on the other hand, holding out for the long bar. And once again, another flawless 40-line opener for SV. Is probably... No. Actually, not having to take any burns. SV continues the Tetris streak. Finally has to take a double there. So 4 burn lines, but all things considered, Verb has done a fantastic job of keeping up with SV. Able to actually find a Tetris in those 4 short lines that SV did have to take as burns, and only trails potentially just by a Tetris. $345 now for SV, around halfway in. $281 for Verb. Verb now, a little bit of tricky situation here. Is in need of an eyepiece, and this isn't even going to be a Tetris. It's going to be a triple. And a little bit of uncomfortable sequencing here, as SV is in the midst of a 28-piece drought. Finally has to take a double. Follows it up with a triple. And if Verb can just get in a scoring position, might have had an opportunity to utilize that drought. But SV was able to get out of it. And a quick 3-0 burst for SV. Verb knocks down a Tetris. 343 to now 379. Nice little T-spin over there for SV. 470 to 412. Well, players very... another drought for SV. Oh my gosh, SV's going aggressive while in the midst of a drought. Still keeping the well open. A 41-piece drought finds the dirty Tetris and opens up the well. And knocks down another Tetris. 524 to now 460. Just the sheer aggression after getting hit with multiple droughts. And no way. SV intentionally goes for this? There's another dirty Tetris over there for SV. And is actually... was going to try and set up for another one, but made a little bit of a misdrop there. And there it is, Tetris for SV. Transitions at 601 with a perfect well-transferred dirty Tetris. That is insane. Another Tetris for SB 627. Burb is going to transition at 562. Really, both players just throwing out all the stops here. SV, of course, just playing the best game without having to take as many burns. Another Tetris for SV goes up to 660. Burb not too far behind. Both players looking clean here on level 20. Another Tetris for SV. Burb, beautiful stack, but might be running into a drought here. There it is, Tetris for Burb. SV, on the other hand, looking, oh no. A little bit of a misdrop over there for SV. SV now having to do some digging. This is a perfect opportunity for Burb. Burb now Tetris ready. SV getting great pieces to find a way to navigate down. Burb in the middle of a drought. There's a Tetris for Burb, closing the gap, and Burb is actually ahead on pace. There it is, another Tetris for Burb into the lead. As SV yet again runs into a 20-piece drought. 739 to now 727. Burb sets up a nice delayed burn. Unfortunately, the pieces aren't quite compliant. SV goes back up to a 40,000 point lead as Burb is now desperate for a long bar or just something to find a way to burn down. And oh no, didn't roll that piece all the way over left. Burb needs the eyepiece and it needs it now. And the eyepiece is nowhere to be found. 18-piece drought. SV takes game number 3. What a strong game that was for Burb. Had he just been able to stay alive and maintain the efficiency, would have gave SV a run for his money going into 29. Yeah, that would have been a late 27 max for SV. But game 2 is, or game 3 is SV's. $1.149. God. Like I said, all the stall is good. So I don't know what the heck is going on CTM right now. Like, they're both warming up on 29. No. I'm all good for stalls at this current moment. Alright, but we do have it ready from both players. SV is 1 game away from giving the Millionaires a 2-1 advantage. Burb is 1 game away from bringing this to a decider. Let's go ahead and count them down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. right, 92,000 here. Another flawless opener for SV. Burb has hadn't had to take 2 pieces or 2 burns. Wow. And SV going aggressive here. Nice little 5 below. Oh, great adjustment. SV now finally having to take quite a few burns here in the opener. Burb can go for a little more of a lead. SV really going aggressive here. And both players experiencing droughts. SV already in the 30s. This is a gauntlet drought if I've ever seen one. Oh my gosh, the survival. Nice little Tetris over there for Burb. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that they were on the same piece sets. SV just refusing to burn. Absolutely phenomenal here. And SV actually going to decide to fill in the long bar dependency. Meanwhile, Burb only with a 30,000 point lead. Now, do keep in mind, Burb is quite behind in lines. SV actually running into some more complications, and there isn't a obvious solution to burn out of this in an efficient manner. Burb also trailing now, not finding ways to capitalize off of this line deficit. As a matter of fact, that best case scenario, we could just be only with a 1 Tetris lead for Burb. Three 312 for Burb here, 362 for SV. And SV with another misdrop. Probably going to try and go for a roof burn, or actually could set up for... Oh my gosh! Nice dirty Tetris setup over there for SV. Great way to find that and trying to find a way to stay efficient. Meanwhile, Burb goes for a regular T-spin. Potentially misses it, but you never know. Some of those times it could be intentional for the miss. Fortunately, this is going to allow SV to have a lead here. And at this point, the line discrepancy is not big enough for Burb to be ahead on pace currently. Burb still has a little ways to go till transition. SV will transition on the next 2 burn lines that are taken. Which, no way. SV's gonna... What? The aggressive play from SV going for a center well in the midst of a drought. There's a triple. SV transitions at 467. It is going to have to be dealing with some troubling pieces here. Set up for another dirty Tetris. Knocks it down. Burb at now 462. Looking for a lot of pieces. Look at all these pieces over here for these overhangs. A lot of ambitious overhangs being set up. There it is. Tetris for Burb. Transitions at 486. So has the lead at transition. Just now needs to match SV's efficiency here in post. It is not necessarily an easy thing to do when you have a person that is willing to play as high as the game will let you. There it is, Tetris for SV. 516 and now 601. And Burb is still on level 20. Tetris for Burb. SV is Tetris ready. Perfect pieces for that. Looks like kind of didn't get that piece where it was needed. Stopped one cell short. We found perfect pieces for the Tug. 630 now for SV. 570 make that 597 for Burb. SV, oh, hangs the eyepiece, gets it over, knocks down a Tetris. 662 now for SV. Just look at this aggressive play. Another Tetris for SV. Really doing everything possible to avoid burning. Another Tetris for SV. What a level 23 that was. Tetris for Burb, though. Still behind by almost 2 full levels. Another Tetris for Burb. But counter Tetris for SV. This is some phenomenal level 19 play from both players. Burb, on the other hand, covers up the well temporarily. Looking for good pieces to get it open. Reopens up the well. SV knocks down a Tetris, but Burb counters. 716 and now 785. Burb with a massive pace lead. Another Tetris over there for Burb. SV running into complications. Needs to find a way to burn this out. Doesn't want to fill in the long bar dependency right there in column 3 first. No way. Don't tell me he's actually going to try and go for this. No, SV's just going to bring this down. Burb only down by 20,000 points and officially takes the lead at 809,000. SV trying to bring the stack down just to get back into scoring position as Burb is now almost Tetris ready. That's going to be a triple for SV. Burb now with a couple of misdrops, so not able to take full use of this situation for SV. As a matter of fact, is looking for very specific pieces. SV still not in scoring position, separated by only a couple thousand points currently, as both players are in the midst of digging. SV needs to get this board under control by 29. There it is, level 28, 827 now for SV, 830 for Burb. Burb is clean all the way down at the bottom. There it is, Tetris for Burb, officially taking just about a 1 Tetris lead. And oh man, SV, what are you doing? SV's going aggressive. SV is set up for a dirty 29 Tetris, but finds a way to burn it out. Takes the triple. Down by 11,000 points. And oh, these are some tough pieces. Has to get these pieces over. Finding a way to navigate through. Burb is now up to a 70,000 point lead. Is still behind. There it is. SV is actually set up for a level 30 Tetris. But oh, that left side gets it all the way over. Burb now 100,000 point lead as SV is trying to roll his way out of this one. But it's not going to happen. Burb has successfully forced a decider. What a game. Something might have been able to happen if SV was able to find anything on the post transition. But unfortunately, the cards were not in his favor. Both players already, of course, we can allow breathers. At this point, we might have to actually wait almost an hour for our freaking captain's match, because CTM is progressing slower than it should. Like taking like 5-minute breaks in between matches. So yeah, man, a little bit rough. But it seems that we do have a ready from both of our players. Burb has successfully brought it to a decider, but can he finish things here? We are about to find out. Let's go ahead and get them counted down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So far, Burb is on track to do something that only one other player in the entirety of Gauntlet this season has managed to do, and that of course is to beat SV in a match. Going into this match, Burb is considered the underdog in terms of statistics, in terms of overall match record, and just in terms of general competitive strength. But it's shown today phenomenal level 19 play in game number 4, able to bring things back. Now has one more chance here. Of course, the Wavey ones need this game as much as anything else. They want to try and at least force a match number 4 to be guaranteed between the two. Nice little simul Tetris. To start things off, things are looking pretty calm. SV is down below on the stack, and oh, nice adjustment right there. Honestly, didn't think that SV would go for that. But there was another Tetris for SV. Burb going to be trailing by 36,000, and there isn't a huge line discrepancy currently either. Which, of course, we get to see those kind of line discrepancies because of the fact that SV plays as high as the game will allow him to. Nice adjustment over there for SV. Unfortunately, no good spot for that Z piece. Tetris for Burb. And SV just had to throw that O piece over somewhere. Couldn't really create like a kind of overhang. Just did not have a board accommodating for it. And speaking of overhang, Burb set up an ambitious overhang right there in the midst of a drought. And oh, the hang of the S on the left-hand side could have gotten into dangerous territory. Burb is going to find a second Tetris and now going to be forced to deal with essentially the shadow S that is kind of formed on the board. And might be looking, actually, if the I piece does fall, very efficient pieces over here for Burb. Fortunately, is going to be trailing now by 71,000 points. Both players are clean. 380 for SV, 309 for Burb. There's Tetris for SV, 406 now, 356. There's Tetris for SV, 430 now. Both players are at the same line count, so this is a true 2.5 Tetris lead. And ooh, that O piece was a bit on the rough side for SV. SV's in trouble. SV has to find a way to navigate through this. Great I piece. Love to see an L piece converts the dependency into a J. Makes the proper adjustment at the last second. Fantastic downstacking prowess over here from SV. But as a result, Burb has managed to close the gap to now less than a Tetris. A little bit over half a Tetris. SV opens up the well. Burb still having to do some burning. There it is. Tetris for SV. Back into a Tetris in the lead. Another Tetris for SV. The transition looms. Here it is. Game number 5. Burb going for row 2. SV has one Tetris left to give. Here before 19. SV transitions at 537. Burb, on the other hand, trying to grab one more long bar before transition here. Or one more Tetris, rather. Tetris for SV. And there it is. Burb successfully converts on the Tetris. Transitions at 491,000. SV at 613 on level 20. 121,000 point lead. But we've seen what Burb was able to do. We know what both of these players are capable on level 19. We've seen a little bit of 29 play. SV, oh my gosh, commits to the adjustment, knocks down a Tetris after executing a flawless T-spin, knocks down a second one, and gets Tetris ready for a third. 665 now for SV, 542 for Burb, a level behind, but is definitely behind in score as well as pace. Another Tetris for SV, 719 here on level 22. Burb hits the eye spin, gets Tetris ready. SV on the other hand, playing a little bit with some fire. Needs to be careful. There's a Tetris for Burb and a counter Tetris for SV. 749 to now 596. Burb just one Mino shy, being Tetris ready. Forced to do some burns, but finds great pieces to navigate through and converts on the Tetris. 628 now for Burb. 778 for SV. SV had to use that long bar, fill in that dependency, taking a couple of conservative burns. Tetris for Burb. Trying to do everything he can to cut the lead down. SV now has an LJ dependency. Knocks down a Tetris, but now has to deal with said dependencies here. Long bar dependent now on column 1. Burb, clean board. And SV's committing to a dirty center wall Tetris. And is able to convert. 845 now for SV. 660 for Burb. And SV going for another dirty center wall. Meanwhile, Burb is in the midst of digging. SV accidentally makes a wrong adjustment on that O piece, missing out on the Tetris. Both players now in a little bit of survival mode. SV is just going to burn this out. Not going to go much more aggressive. Meanwhile, Burb looking for some help here. Dirty Tetris ready in the midst of a drought. Going to take the triple. Not going to play it too aggressive. And now Burb is now behind by 200,000 points. SV, of course, ahead of full level 26. Knocks down another Tetris. 927 and now 716. Beautiful T-burn over there for SV. Burb has the board under control. Ready to continue scoring, or rather resume scoring. There it is, Tetris for Burb. SV is Tetris ready as well. But oh my gosh, all those O's. SV hits the Z spin, but now has to deal with this. Burb has an opportunity here. SV gonna go for the flat placement. Is actually set up for another dirty Tetris. And SV is doing all the burns to try and go for it. But that might have been a bit too risky. But SV still knocks down the Tetris anyways. There's the max out for SV. Level 29 approaches. SV needs to get this board into a 29 playable state. Only 5 lines left to do so. Burb down by 200,000 points. Might come down to a 29 chase down. SV goes to 29, up incredibly high. Needs to find a way to navigate through. Set up for a dirty 29 Tetris and gets it. Still finding ways to survive, but is running out of space. Okay, but oh no, Burb's board is spiraling out of control. SV has 1,062,000. What can Burb do? Only 6 lines left till the 29 transition. Hold on, Burb is finding ways to navigate down. But no, has to put more weight on that. Burb is in trouble. Can't do much. Only 2 lines left to burn. And Burb topping out at 816. SV takes the decider after some insanely aggressive and just truly maddening plays. The Millionaires now lead the set 2-1. Yeah, what a phenomenal game from Burb and SV. Right now, we're trying to see how the captain's match is going to be done. And see with Miles and see if he's okay with a substitute. If not, then we're going to have to wait on a CTM, because for whatever reason, they like progressed the match like the slowest I've ever seen. All right, so we're still waiting on confirmation. But it looks like we might have a substitute for the captain. Thank you, Houdini. We actually have quite the intermission ahead of us, maybe. What the freak? Okay, so the way that the current situation is, because of some scheduling conflicts that should have been fine, but for whatever reason, one particular CTM match happened to take the same amount of length as that previous Gauntlet match. So if Sidnev is fine with waiting for Miles to finish before we move on with the rest of the match, then we can roll with that. Otherwise, we'll have O substitute in for Miles. So that is what is currently happening. I'm pretty confident Sidnev is still in, Sidnev is still in the US, actually. Oh, Sidnev is still back home? I just thought because I saw Zeno's sign into the Maxed Out Club, I just assumed. Okay. So Cinder just essentially traveled the world then. That's wild. Pretty cool though. Okay. All right. So Sendev said that we'll wait. CTM is getting started with their first match. So, I guess we need some halftime entertainment, which I'll figure out something to do. Let's see here. But while we are on the subject of that, I hope you guys have been enjoying classic Tetris Gauntlet Overdrive Playoffs. Restream the CTM match. I'm not sure if I can do that. But while we are waiting, of course, I already did a couple of sponsor reads and everything. But I do have something else, because, you know, it's talking about the Tetris gummies. That reminded me of something. My sister had actually just launched her gummy website. So she makes homemade gummies, all different kind of sour flavors. And if you were at CTWC Waco, there's a high likelihood you got a chance to try them. So it has officially been launched. If you didn't get a chance to try them at Waco, apologize. Probably you'll be able to, if you do go to CTWC Austin, which I do plan on going, might be able to get some there. But she has officially launched her website. She does custom gummy bears. I actually got a package right here. So has all different kind of flavors. If you wanted gummy bears, gummy rings, gummy worms. A popular flavor actually is like sour strawberry. Me personally, I like sour passion fruit. But yeah, if you want to check that out, I will be dropping the link in chat. Bruh, I am like Papega. There we go. Want to check out her website. She has a special deal going on for the website launch, where if you live in the US and you order anywhere, if you order $30 or more, you get free shipping. For people outside the US that are interested in ordering, there has to be some shipping discussion in which a contact will be held in between those individual people. But if you are interested, definitely can check out that. But for, I guess, halftime entertainment, we're gonna see if we can grab some matches also. Heck, my hair is like above the border. That should not happen. So just give me a moment. I'll try and set up some CTM, or not CTM, CTG halftime entertainment. I mean, I could technically play and self-commentate a match, but that means I have to move my I'd have to move my green screen and everything. For real. See, look, it's fine right there, but if I like reach my hand up, it is what it is. All right, so we'll be back. Maybe we'll do some self-commentary. But yeah. Okay, I think I'd have to rearrange my camera and everything, but we can do self-commentary matches with Sharky. Not for Elo, of course. Can't be losing Elo on self-commentary matches. So, if you're interested in got a max or higher PB, and you're interested in playing me while we pass the time for CTM to finish, then yeah, we'll be getting that set up very shortly. True. What the heck? Yeah, Kingsman does have a max PB. Hey. And I'm almost done setting up. Yeah, probably. Which, I mean, that's fine. Also about to be super slideshowy though. Okay. Alright, so if you want to challenge me, and I'll, bruh. Hold on. Want to challenge me? Let me know, because I do have it set up. Well, it's just something to kill time. Miles did take the first game, so we might not have to wait too long. Maybe like 20 more minutes. If Miles manages to sweep. Yeah. I mean, up to you. I mean, I am going to be self-commentating, so... I gotta do all this. Weird shenanigans. Drawing tablet. Ouch. There we go. I got my tablet in a spot where I can commentate. No warm-up going in cold. Ready when you are, SV. This should be fun. If you could do cam, that'd be pretty cool. The stall is real, dude. Guess we're waiting on SV to give me cam, question mark. And then you guys are gonna... It's actually been a hot minute since I've done self-commentary on a live player. Mainly done self-commentary with Anonymous. Alright. Alright, we just need it ready from SV. We're good to go. SV making me swap my allegiance. Looks like I'm an honorary Wavey Ones member. Heck W. Let me swap this in Maxo Club. Yes. All right. Well, both players are ready. So let's go ahead and count them down. This should be fun. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Oh wait, hold on. Need to adjust the microphone. All right, that way you guys should be able to hear me. All right. So we have our match, our little friendly halftime show match between SV and Sharky. Start things off with Sharky and SV are both getting set up for a Tetris. Sharky scores the first Tetris of the game. SV follows suit. And we have just really a standard opener. Both players not really in any trouble. Sharky with an interesting attempted solve right there. Quite a few misdrops. So SV going to be able to potentially gain an early lead here in the beginning. Knocks down a Tetris. Keeping things clean. Sharky, on the other hand, just needs a couple more pieces, needs one more J to get Tetris ready. And unfortunately, the J piece is just nowhere to be found. Comes a tad bit too late. And now Sharky is double J dependent. SV at 121,000, Sharky at 61,000. Gets ideal pieces, finds a way to burn out. There it is, Tetris for Sharky. Finally back in the scoring position. As SV keeping... actually covers up the well temporarily. Another kind of misdrop situation for Sharky. I have to take a couple of burns. SV actually on the verge of topping out. And SV tops out at 120,000. 125,000. So Sharky needs to chase that down. And Sharky hits one Tetris, needs one more. This setup. There it is, Tetris for Sharky. Yeah, we just waiting on the captains to finish. We can do another game. I mean, if you want, you can roll. I'm fine with losing because it's not for Elo. Not like I care about Elo, but. All right. Well, we have a ready from both players. Let's go ahead and count them down. Another game of your halftime show. Hopefully we get to see some 19. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Of course, that was just, a warm-up game. SV was gracious enough to allow me one game to really warm up, get my dads under control. But to start things off, Sharky has knocked down the first Tetris of the game. Knocks down a second one, SV does as well. And, of course, the interesting thing is that you're never really going to have a tie game opportunity between Sharky and his opponents, as he is a ferocious pushdown player. SV, on the other hand, starting off with a perfect start. Sharky had to take 5 burn lines Sharky knocks down a Tetris. Now SV actually having to consolidate the stack. Get it cleaned up. Sharky J piece dependent. Fills in dependency. SV still trying to get back in the scoring position. There it is. Tetris for Sharky. SV gets a perfect long bar. Needs to only burn one more line, and now SV is ready to score more Tetrises. Sharky was one Mino shy of Tetris ready. Accidentally makes the adjustment. Loses Das. But is still able to find another long bar for the Tetris. 119,000. Make that 142,000 to 120,000. Sharky currently in the lead. SV was one Mino shy being Tetris ready. Couldn't utilize either of those long bars for Tetrises. There's one for Sharky. SV holding out for the long bar. Finally gets it. Is able to get it over. There is Tetris for SV. 190 now to now 149. Sharky trying to deal with a couple of unorthodox pieces. No, just gonna decide to burn it all the way out. Would like an I piece though. This is the opportunity. SV actually has closed the gap to now only 18,000 points. Sharky still looks for a J piece. Finds a J. Would love to get one more S. Gets a T piece instead. And with that Tetris, SV goes into the lead. 198,000 for Sharky. 197,000 for SV. Sharky goes for a split double. One Mino shy being Tetris ready as SV experiences more complications. There it is. Tetris for Sharky. And hits the spin tuck as well. And SV tops out. Sharky is already good. Oh my god. Alright, Miles is up 2-0. I said you can roll. I really don't mind it. Let's make for some exciting content. Because I want to get to 19. I do want to get to 19. Alright. Both players are ready. So let's go ahead and count them down. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Oh. There we go. Now would be game 3. The players now started here. Sharky scores the first Tetris of the game here. Meanwhile, SV scores one as well. Great pieces for Sharky. Able to get everything filled in. It's going to take a couple of burns. And up against a player like SV, you know if you take one burn, you're already down 3 Tetrises. But SV also having to take a few burns right there as well. So we're not seeing a flawless opener from either player. Sharky only had to take one burn so far. And SV is currently in the lead. Ooh, concerning misdrop over there for Sharky. Able to find the long bar for the Tetris, but now has to spend a couple of lines trying to fix the situation up. And it's not necessarily the easiest either. Nice set of burns there, though. SV currently with a 30,000 point lead. Sharky still trying to find a way to get back into scoring position. As SV just continues to rain on the Tetrises. Clean stack. And SV setting up for a potential spin or a tuck. Gets a T-piece for the tuck. Now just waiting on the long bar in the middle of a drought. 22 pieces in counting. Finally gets the long bar. Tetris for SV. Sharky opens up the well and knocks down a Tetris as well. 139,000 to 187,000. Make that 210. And so far, both players clean stacks. Sharky is going to have to take a couple of burns here. Nice T-piece adjustment for Sharky. Allowed for an L or a J to fill instead dependency and knocks down the Tetris. 166 for Sharky. 215 for SB. And we're just around the halfway mark. Sharky also ahead in lines. So we do got to keep that in mind. That the leads could be smaller or bigger depending on whose side you're looking at. It looks like Sharky is starting to score more Tetrises as SB is now running into some minor complication. There it is, Tetris for Sharky, 236 now to 247. SB's going aggressive. Gonna try and go for a slightly dirty Tetris over there in column 4. Sharky knocks down Tetris, taking the lead, 282 to now 273. And is ahead by roughly 2 Tetris worth in lines. Here's Tetris for Sharky, 304. Both players now looking to be on track for a 500k transition of sorts. Sharky now going to be looking for an eyepiece. Unfortunately, doesn't find one. Trying to avoid creating a particular dependency. And still only has a couple more burn lines to deal with before it can get back into scoring position. SB knocks down a Tetris, back up to a 50,000 point lead. Sharky cuts it back down to 30,000. 246 to now 360, or my bad, 366 to now 337. And SV running into a 23-piece drought here. Holding out for the long bar. Going for some flat burns. Makes the adjustment. Scores a Tetris. Excellently done. Another Tetris for Sharky. Creates the overhang. Tetris ready as well. A lot of overhangs being created by Sharky. Has to go for the double. Needs a J piece. Finally gets one. Still has to burn 3 more lines. The transition is looming. There it is. Tetris for Sharky. 413 to now 464. Another Tetris for Sharky. We are nearing the level 19 transition. SV still has a ways to go. Sharky can try and grab 1 more Tetris without taking any burns. Or 2 more Tetrises without taking burns. 1 more if he decides to burn and does so right there. Sees the adjustment. Tetris ready. There's Sharky's going to transition at 463. Tetris ready as well. Couple of rough pieces though. Sets up a delay burn. Looking for the right pieces. Sharky might actually be in trouble. Misses the quick tap. Gets something over to the right, but it's not going to be any avail. SV is good for that game. Tragic. Let's see. We are at transition for Miles and Doge. Wait, that means that we legit like almost start at the exact same time. Self-commentary, like, and playing over a live opponent is actually so hard. But yeah, we can watch SB play this one out, and I'll get stuff set up for the other match. Hope you guys enjoyed self-commentary. No, it wasn't as nice as it usually is. But yeah. I believe in Miles. Oh, it looks like we might actually be able to get started shortly. Unless Doge can somehow pull off something crazy and survive it. No way. No way Doge goes for that. Alright! Miles sweeps! Okay. Very nice. Thank you guys for being so patient. Oops. All right. Let's get stuff prepped for our next match here. Welcome in, Miles. Congrats on the sweep. Monthly Tetris, and by extension Peyton, thank you so much for the raid. You're just in time for the captain's match. Currently, the match score is 2-1, and Millionaires lead the series 1-0. Sidnev needs to win this match in order to bring us to sudden death. So we are prepping the next match currently. Let's go the CTG bracket command works. Alright. Miles, you probably need to recalibrate. There we go. Right, you have about 5 minutes to get your predictions in. Alright, that's almost done. Thank you all for being patient, by the way. That's good, that's good. All right. We're almost good to go. Also, just shortly after the match ends, whether it comes to sudden death or it ends right here, be sure to stick around for those of you that are just coming in from CTM to hear a special announcement. Of course, I'll also be pinging on the Gauntlet Discord server if you are in that. If not, you can type !Gauntlet to join the Gauntlet Discord server. Should work. But anyways, let's go ahead and talk about our two players that are going to be playing Sitnev versus Miles. The team captains, the same two team captains that started off this season, are going to be playing up against each other right now. Now, if we take a look at their regular season statistics, as you can see, Sitnev with an average transition of 567, probably one of the highest average transitions over the regular season. However, during the regular season, Sitnev only had a 57% transition rate, while Miles was at 71%. And Miles also has the better stats in terms of average score, the post-transition index, and as well as season record. But if we take a step closer and we look at just only exclusively what has happened in the playoffs, Sitnev has Miles beaten every aspect, has a better sudden death record, higher average transition, higher rated transition, and the kicker is the average score and the post-transition index. An average score of 920,000 is absolutely insane, and including a post-transition index of 128. That means Sitnev, on average, is taking games to at least level 32 or level 31, almost level 32. And of course, Sitnev in the last match between Miles, first game, decided to pop off with a rollover. So who knows what we'll see in this next match. But it does look like both of our players are ready to get things underway. Sitnev has to win this in order to bring the Wavy Ones and the Millionaires to a sudden death. Miles has to win this in order to bring the Millionaires to championship point. So with all that being said, hope you had some popcorn. You have plenty of time to get comfortable, because we are going to count down our first match of the captain's match here, starting in 3, 2, 1, Tetris. And Sidnev right now already going to take the 1 push down point lead. And of course, you know, Sidnev in the last game, not even just in the last game, over this past weekend, had a stellar performance qualifying at #1 seed in Waco. And not just that, but also took it all the way to the finals up against Andy, performing a reverse sweep against Dog in order to make it there. So coming off of a strong weekend like that here, going up against Miles, who's also there, made it into top 8. Unfortunately, had to go up against Dog in round of 8, which is just unfortunate. But both of these players were there at Waco, so it's going to be interesting to see if, because this could have technically happened if Miles was able to defeat Dog. We could have had a Miles versus Sidnev match. So I guess this is the if it would have happened match between the two. Anyways, to start things off, both players off to a very great start here. Miles right now, flawless opener. Sidnev's having to take some burns here. A little bit of a 20-piece drought, nothing too serious. But as I mentioned before, when you're going up against, when Bird was going up against SV, having to compete against a near perfect Tetris rate at the beginning is definitely a little bit more on the difficult side to do until your opponent makes their first dig and you're able to capitalize on that. But all things considered, Sidnev is not that far behind. And oh no, set up the bits, but accidentally made a misdrop corresponding it. It was actually a great setup. This time is able to execute the bits properly. Oh, that is a genius set of burns over there from Sidnev. There it is. Oh, Sidnev. Whoa. Did not rotate the long bar. Makes a couple of misdrops. So, unfortunately, Sidnev is going to have to take a couple of burns. And this is a prime opportunity for Miles. Probably thought that the long bar was rotated. And unfortunately, it just wasn't. 345,000 now for Miles, 256 for Sidnev. Sidnev can go for row 3. Definitely not a stranger for aggressive moves. There is Tetris for Miles. Sidnev, yeah, there it is, the row 3 Tetris, and avoiding creating the L tuck dependency. Sets up a genius delay burn, gets the long bar as well. Feels in dependency and is ready to try and continue and maintain this. There is Tetris for Sidnev. This particular board is a little bit harder to try and get access to those holes on column 4 and 5. And Sidnev now looks like might be running into a drought. Yeah, the drought counter starts ticking. Nice pullback right there for Sidnev. Able to knock down a Tetris and keep the board. Tetris ready. There it is, another Tetris for Sidnev, but Miles popping off right now. 462,000 at 89 lines. Make that 485,000 at 93 lines. Maintaining a 90% Tetris rate. Sidnev, of course, down by 100,000 points. Has the potential for a 500k transition. Just needs some good pieces here. Finally decides to open up that pair of holes on column 4 and 5 on row 2. And Miles is doing nothing but just continuing to grow the lead. Nice set of burns over here for Miles, like the S flat, and ooh, it looks like Sidnev is going to be Tetris ready here in the center. Tetris for Sidnev, 413 and now 556. Miles, of course, looking for a mid to high 600k transition. Sidnev with a couple Tetrises left in hand. There's one Tetris for Sidnev. Miles is set up for one up high. And it's a row 4 Tetris, actually. Has to go for that triple using the L. Running into a drought, builds in the long bar dependency. Goes for the tuck with the L piece. Smart burns over here for Miles. Sidnev transitions at 465. Miles gets the perfect J, followed up by an I piece. 617,000 now for Miles. Set up for a Tetris. Maybe if a double long bar comes, might be able to get 2 out of this, but no, it does not. And a little bit of unfortunate pieces for Miles. Going to transition at 619. Miles is in a little bit of trouble. Finding good ways to navigate through. Sidnev trying to chop the lead down here. Miles is open for a dirty right wheel Tetris. There it is. Tetris for Miles. Going to go for the triple. Goes for the split double, followed up by a double and a Tetris. Catches up with Sidnev in terms of lines. 686 to now 530. Sidnev knocks down a Tetris, goes up to 556. So both players are underway here in game number 1, post-transition. There it is, Tetris for Sidnev, but counter Tetris for Miles. Sidnev now running into some mild complications. Decides to make a last-second adjustment there. Miles knocks down another Tetris, and Sidnev's board is getting more complicated by the second. Still trying to find ways to get out. We are only on level 22. Well, now 22 for Miles, 23 for Sidnev, so there's plenty more of the game left. But Miles is now up to a 200,000 point lead. Has just been playing some incredibly clean 19, or post-transition rather. But Sidnev is finding a way, navigating down to the bottom, set up for a dirty column 3 Tetris, and actually decides to go for the burn. Doesn't want to hold out too long for the long bar. Trying to mitigate as much risk as possible. Miles, of course, Tetris ready on level 24 as well. There's another Tetris for Miles, 869. Make that 900,000 for Miles, 620 for Sidnev. This is kind of similar to what we saw in game 1 between Miles and Sidnev, where Sidnev was doing this to Miles, except for that happened in the post kill screen portion. There's another Tetris for Miles, up by over 300,000 points. Another Tetris for Miles, 995 here. Sidnev knocks down a Tetris, trying to cut the lead down some, but at this point it's going to have to come down to 29 play. There is Tetris for Miles, 1,028,000. And Tetris for Sidnev, 706,000. Tetris for Miles, keeping things going strong. Sidnev counters with a Tetris, but Miles is also Tetris ready. There's Tetris for Miles, 1,097,000 here. Goes for a couple of flat burns. Needs to be a little bit careful. We are nearing the transition. There's a level 29 transition. Dirty Tetris for Miles. Sidnev goes to 29 at 848,000 and is going to go ahead and get set up. Deciding to take a couple of burns. Needs to get that left side dealt with. All right, Sidnev now trying to get prepared to set up for a Tetris. Miles goes to 29 at a high 1.1 and a couple of misdrops from Miles. Sidnev now trying to get Tetris ready. Miles bringing the stack back down. Another set of misdrops for Miles. Going for the flat T burn, able to get that piece all the way over to the left. Both players just right now in survival mode. Neither player really able to get set up for a Tetris. Sidnev able to get all these pieces over to the left, but a chain of rough pieces. Sidnev, oh, that left side. Brings it down some and hangs the piece on top. Sidnev tops out at 905,000. Miles at 1.2 million. Is good for game number 1. What a powerful game, and a backwards F2. But game 1 does go in the hands of Miles. Sidnev is ready for game number 2. And so is Miles, so let's go ahead and count them down. Here we go. Game number 2 in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. And to start things off, instead of having to take a couple of burns, Miles will eventually have to take some burns as well. Unless another S piece comes, and actually, if Miles gets an I piece right now, can potentially get away with this without having to take any burns. Yeah, just like a thief in the night, Miles able to find that perfect world transfer Tetris. Does commit to one burn there. And Sidnev now has the board in a position to score. There is Tetris for Sidnev, and we're just about in an even position. Miles having to endure a 20-piece and counting drought here. And Miles goes for the triple. Follows up with a Tetris. Sidnev, minor misdrop on that S piece, now able to get it all the way over to the left. It's going to have to burn 3 lines at minimum to get access to the hole. And I'm going to have to try and figure out. Actually, that works out perfectly. Sidnev now Tetris ready. Like the placement on those O pieces there. There it is. Tetris for Sidnev. Going to be trailing behind Miles by 2 Tetrises worth. But most important thing is alive. Tetris for Miles. A little bit of back and forth action there temporarily. Miles setting up a lot of overhangs and tucks. It's going to be eyepiece dependent. Players now separated by a single and a pushdown point. Favor of Sidnev. Miles, on the other hand, having to do some burns. So Sidnev, for looks like the first time in a while, actually able to take the lead here. Miles trying to avoid dealing with being piece dependent. Sidnev's just going to use this opportunity to increase the lead. Another Tetris for Sidnev. Miles goes for the triple, not going to go for any kind of dirty shenanigans. Is Tetris ready, and Miles finally knocks down a Tetris. 240 to now 291. There's Tetris for Miles. Miles knocks down Tetris. 287. Another one for Miles. 310. Only trailing by 50,000 points, which is about a Tetris and a half. Or 2 Tetrises and a half, pardon me. Sidnev's going to continue to put pressure on Miles, knocking down 2 quick Tetrises. There's one for Miles, set up for another. And Miles sets up a delayed burn. Doesn't quite resolve as nicely as he probably envisioned. And now has a long bar dependency that will have to be dealt with at some point. Can try and do some fancy burns on top of this, but no. Just try and go for the burns. And now Sidnev up to 100,000. Nope. Miles stopped it right before it became a 100,000 point lead. But Sidnev is close to it. 477 for Sidnev. Make that 500,000 for Sidnev. Miles is at 388. Can try and aim for a 500k transition. But Sidnev is looking in 600k transition territory. 2 quick Tetrises for Miles. And Sidnev grabs one as well. There's Tetris for Miles. 456. And Tetris for Sidnev. 3 Tetrises left for both players, assuming no burn lines. Miles just burned a double right there, so can try and grab 2. Sidnev knocks down Tetris there. Is going to have to take a burn, so both players have one Tetris available. Miles is going to transition at 505,000. Sets up a Vitz. Early 19. A little bit risky. Sidnev transitions at 573. And the pieces just aren't in Miles' favor. As Sidnev now opens up the well, scores a Tetris, back up to an 80,000 point lead. And the drought continues over here for Miles. A 30-piece drought upon transitioning to 19. Finally gets the long bar, knocks down a Tetris, 539 and now 627. This time it's Sidnev with the advantage, 100,000 points in the lead. Question is, can they keep it up, or will Miles mount a comeback? We are about to find out. Clean play from both players so far. Miles knocks down a Tetris, looking for a J piece to fill in that dependency. Gets a J piece and a corresponding L. Great pieces over there for Miles. Another Tetris for Sidnev, maintaining this 100,000 point lead. But Miles is trying to fight back, knocks one down and knocks down another. Sidnev now being forced to burn at least 6 lines before being able to score a Tetris. Could try and go dirty, but no, it's just going to play it safe, burn those lines. And as a result, Miles has closed the gap to now only 41,000 points. Make that a 12,000 point gap. Is almost a level ahead, but Sidnev is still having complications opening up the well. Finally gets it open. Tetris for Sidnev. The lead has shrunk by half, as Sidnev was only up by 51,000 points, as Miles knocks down 2 quick Tetrises and goes into the lead temporarily before Sidnev answers with one back. 787 for Sidnev, 766 for Miles. Another Tetris for Sidnev, and a counter Tetris for Miles. Things continue at this rate. The 50,000 point separation between the two will remain consistent. Miles opens up the well. Another Tetris for Sidnev, holding out for a long bar. Running into a drought. Tetris for Miles, but that hole on column 2 is going to prevent a Tetris from being scored until it is dealt with. Or not dealt with at all, for that matter. Miles, Tetris ready now. Makes an adjustment. Beautifully done. J-piece dependent fills in the J-piece dependency, and Miles is ready back on the right-hand side. There it is, Tetris for Miles. 907 and now 917. Sidnev with the advantage here in terms of pace and the advantage in score. 950 now for Sidnev. Great post transition from both players so far. Miles looking for the right piece, and RNG just isn't providing. Finally gives him a good piece there. Miles sets up a delay burn, setting up for a dirty center wall, slightly dirty center wall Tetris. Knocks it down. Sidnev is in trouble and is not in a position to score any Tetrises. Can find a way to navigate through this, but Miles now takes the lead. Sidnev takes it right back, only with a small line clear, but needs to get the board under control. Miles knocks down a Tetris, one more here before level 29 available to Miles. Sidnev brings the stack all the way down at the bottom. Both players already with the max. Sidnev trying to get Tetris ready. Miles goes to level 29 at 1,064,000. Sets up for the Tetris, knocks it down, goes up to 1.1 million. Sidnev aiming for one more. Miles setting up for the Tetris. The aggressive strikes pay off as he knocks down another one. Sidnev goes to 29 at 1,051,000. And Miles trying to get pieces over there. Has to get the sack under control. And Sidnev now firing back with the level 29 Tetris. However, Miles is getting set up for another one. And another Tetris here on level 30. Sidnev trying to go for something in the center as Miles makes a couple of misdrops. Might have went a tad bit too aggressive. And Miles tops it at 1.1 million. Sidnev, you need 1.188 million in order to take game number 2. And at this point, Sidnev could just line this out. However, 29 speed lineouts are not easy. And Sidnev, oh, getting set up. There's a Tetris. Not only needs 19,000 more points. Only a couple more line clears. As a matter of fact, burning anything in that should do it. One more line clear is good enough, and Sidnev takes game number 2, tying up the set 1-1. Phenomenal back and forth game. we do have a ready from Miles. We're looking for a ready from Sidnev here. And once we have ready from Sidnev, we can get things underway. All right. Both players are ready. So let's go ahead and get them counted down. We are tied 1-1. Which one of these two players are going to win the next game and go up 3-1 or 2-1? Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. So Neb already starting off with the 1 pushdown point and able to find the first Tetris of the game. Miles being forced to take some early burns here. But neither player able to open with a flawless opener this time around. There it is, Tetris for both Sidnev and Miles. And so far, things look pretty stable. Neither player is really in trouble, not really piece dependent. Boards are either low enough to where a drought can be managed or has enough board accommodation where drought can be managed through those means. Nice little Z-spin over there for Sidnev. Currently, players are separated by a single. There's a double for Miles and a double for Sidnev. Tetris for Miles and Tetris for Sidnev as well. Sidnev now 169,000. Miles having to take the triple. Miles at 196,000, so a little bit of an inverse right there. Both players kind of experiencing just really spaced out long bars. Not really so many droughts, but just more so long bars just are being a little bit stingy on when they want to fall on both of these players' boards. And ooh, small miss shot for Sidnev. Tetris for Miles, 288 to now 241. Sidnev. Oh, nice adjustment right there. Wow, what a solve. Sidnev opens up the well. Oh, doesn't skim to get Tetris ready. Is actually trying to avoid burning. Miles does have a 100,000 point lead right now. There it is, Tetris for both Miles and Sidnev, 290 to now 379. Miles, of course, ahead by almost 10 lines as well. There is Tetris for Sidnev. But Miles just keep on to continue to put on the pressure. A little bit less pace than what we saw in game 1 from Miles, but still very respectable. There's Tetris for Miles. We're looking at a mid 600k transition. Sidnev, on the other hand, is looking in the territory of a mid to high 500k transition. Send up a couple of overhangs. Hits the T-spin. Now it's going to be interesting. Oh, goes for the... No, doesn't go for the T-flat burn. Maybe actually missed a T-spin there, too. But, of course, there's still plenty of time here in this game. We've seen Sidnev make a comeback on post 29 in the previous game. Miles just went a tad bit too aggressive after scoring a couple of Tetrises early on. $610 right now for Miles. Sidnev at 461. And oh, great pieces over there for Miles. Would love to get a J piece. Sidnev actually in a little bit of trouble. Finding good ways to navigate through it. Still has plenty of time before transition. Miles, on the other hand, will transition after a mere double is scored. And Miles transitions at 637. Another stellar transition. I believe higher than the one in the first game. Sidnev holding out for this long bar. Nowhere to be found when the well is open. Sidnev transitions at 497. Going to be trailing by 167,000 points around transition time. And is still trying to get the center well in a scoreable position. There it is. Tetris for Sidnev. 526 to now 740. Miles is ahead by a level, so that could mean a 100,000 point potential pace actualization is possible for Sidnev. But that, of course, is assuming that Sidnev is able to maintain or surpass Miles in pace and just rather efficiency. There's another Tetris for Miles. Sidnev still having to do some burning. Miles avoiding creating any one particular dependency on the left-hand side. Tetris ready now. There it is. Tetris for Miles. 803 here on level 22. Miles just going to go for the burns here. And this is a small window of opportunity for Sidnev. Miles having to take these burns here on level 22. Sidnev with a pristine board. There's one Tetris. Might be able to find another before Miles gets cleaned up. As a matter of fact, the well is open. Miles nice avoids creating any or putting any more garbage on top of the well. There it is, Tetris for Sidnev. Starting to cut the lead down bit by bit. 640 now for Sidnev, 819. Make that 669 for Sidnev. 819 for Miles. Gonna knock down a Tetris, build it back up to 849. And Sidnev now experiencing mild complications. Goes for the dirty Tetris. Really trying to stay as efficient as possible. There it is, another Tetris for Miles. 919 here on level 25. Sidnev, Tetris ready now. Down by 200,000 points. At this point, Tetrises are worth 30,000 plus per. There's a Tetris for Sidnev. Miles is Tetris ready. Holding out for the long bar. Keeping things going strong. Another Tetris for Miles. 964 to now 804. Miles holding out for a long bar. And two long bar. Three. Wow! Look at those sequence of long bars. $1,038,000 for Miles, 907 for Sidnev. Miles goes to 29, and oh, Sidnev hangs bars on top of each other. Sidnev tops out at 907, so Miles is good for game number 3 and is one heart away from bringing the Millionaires to championship point. And Sidnev was doing a great job of maintaining essentially the same deficit since transition and might have been able to do something on post 29, but just the hangs on top of each other. Give me 1 second. I need to grab some water. 1 second. Sorry about that. Thank you all for being so patient. Let's go ahead and get game number 4 underway. Here we go in 3, 2, 1. Tetris. Sidney has to win this game in order to bring us to a decider here. And more importantly, give the Wavey ones a chance to bring us to sudden death. Miles has had a strong game 1 and game 3. And just needs one more of those performances here in these last potential 2 games. Start things off, Miles had a little bit of a rough opener, but able to still find a good amount of success here. Sidney, on the other hand, might have to do a little bit more burning, and that's gonna kind of force... Oh, small little misdrop over there for Sidnev. There's Tetris for Sidnev. Able to bring the stack down, but it's going to be trailing by a couple of Tetrises early on. Sidnev going aggressive. There's Tetris for Sidnev. And quick 2 Tetris for Miles, going to bring Miles up to a 58,000 point lead. Sidnev has managed to get the board under control, so the lead should stay around the same range. If anything, it can actually be cut down by Tetris. Nice little Simo Tetris right there. Sidnev is able to stay efficient, not burn here. Of course. Now Sidnev having to claw through Alex T in order to bring him and bring the team of the Wavey ones up here. And Alex T was definitely not an easy player to defeat. As a matter of fact, I think last season Alex T only lost 1 match, and that was up against Miles at the very beginning of the season. Just a lot of uncharacteristic early top outs in that particular set. But I mean, up until the playoffs, the Wavey ones had gone on a, I believe it was a 13-match win streak. Drywallers were able to win 1 match, putting an end to that, but still, one of the most historic moments that the Wavey ones have done. We are nearing the post transition here. The lead is much smaller than what we've seen in really all of our games. Majority of the margins that we've seen that either of these players have been in the lead has been around like the 100,000 point range. Miles has 3 Tetrises available. Sidnev has 4. There's one of them. And oh, nice OJ over there for Miles. Holding out for the long bar. Miles will transition on the next double or Tetris. Depends on what RNG gives him. And Miles has to transition with a kind of tricky stack. Miles transitions at around 578. Sidnev transitions at 501. Sidnev has to make a comeback, but maybe has a small opportunity here. Miles isn't clean, but Sidnev isn't the cleanest either. As a matter of fact, Miles is in danger. That's a double, but man, that right side's dangerous. Finds a triple somehow. Still long bar dependent on the right. Sidnev This is a prime opportunity. Hangs a piece on the left. Goes for a couple of flat burns. Rolls that piece all the way over. Opens up this hole. Needs to just find any kind of way to burn down. All right, that's going to help. That's going to be 3 lines lower in the stack. Sidnev still not in a position to capitalize. This is exactly what Sidnev needed to happen. Miles passed up on a Tetris, but is Tetris ready now? Covers up the well. Sidnev still has an opportunity here. Waiting on the long bar. Sidnev is. Tetris ready. Miles in the midst of a drought, but opens up the well. There it is. Tetris for Sidnev. Cutting the lead down to only 39,000. 30 pieces and counting for this drop for Miles. Finally burns a double into a Tetris. Into another Tetris. 679 to now 634. A full level ahead, and Miles only up by around a Tetris and a half. So Sidnev with a pace advantage here. Both players knocked down a Tetris, but Sidnev now having to deal with that minor situation. See, is Sidnev gonna? No, Sidnev's just gonna burn it out. Not gonna try and go for peak efficiency, going for a long bar or a Tetris down the middle. There is Tetris for Miles, back up to a 73,000 point lead. Sidnev creates a long bar dependency on the left-hand side. Can't get Tetris ready without something being placed there. Has a few long bar dependencies. Now going, no, just gonna bring it down. Down by almost 100,000 points, but this differential can be made up in post 29. Miles now, Tetris ready, knocks down a Tetris. So does Sidnev. 716 and now 811. Miles gets perfect pieces into another Tetris. Sidnev counters. Separated by 95,000 points. And Miles going for a lot of adjustments. Not quite ideal pieces, so Sidnev has an opportunity here. Nice burn over there for Miles. Gets the long bar dependent. Long bar for the long bar dependency. Opens up the well. Tetris ready. But Sidnev has closed the gap to now only being down by 1 Tetris. If anything, we could be looking at a neck-and-neck game going into 29. Miles is holding out for the long bar, but so is Sidnev. Waiting. Sidnev's waiting on the long bar. Long bar came a tad bit too late. Not going to go for the flat burn. Keeping the well open. There it is. Tetris for Sidnev. Miles, 30-piece drought right here on level 28. Can try and go for one more Tetris here before 29. There it is. Tetris over there for Miles. Goes up to 925. Sidnev can try and grab 2 here. There's 1. Can try and grab another and actually have the lead going into 29. Sidnev is set up. Tetris ready. Waiting on the long bar. Sidnev goes to 29. Goes for the triple. Down by 25,000 points. Not quite Tetris ready. Scores a triple. And now both players are down low on the stack here. Dirty Tetris over there. Or not dirty. Center wall Tetris over there for Sidnev. Taking the lead. And oh, Sidnev might be setting up for another. Oh no, the hang. And Miles scores a Tetris. And that's actually enough. Sidnev just hanging that piece on column 3. Allows Miles to take game number 4. And the Millionaires take match number 2 and are 1 match away from winning the Gauntlet Overdrive Playoffs. And what an amazing game it was. It was back and forth until the end. Before we do anything, K9 watching Tetris, thank you for the $100 contribution to the Matcherino. Really appreciate it. But there you have it. Once again, the Millionaires win the series, or win the match 3-1. But before we go, I do have a little something. Hold on one second. Do have a little something for those of you that were at, or rather those of you at Waco might remember, but my sister has officially launched her website. So her website, she does custom gummy bears, or custom gummies, really, like stuff like this. If you want a specific flavor like sour strawberry gummy bears or anything, you'll be able to order them. They're all homemade and handmade. And of course, people at Waco got a chance to try them firsthand. And for the launch, for the next week, launch your website. If you order any more than $30, shipping will be for free. course, that's for this week only, or this upcoming week only. So if you would like a link to check out the website, I believe she also said that there's coupons like $10 off if you sign up for the newsletter and everything. If you want to check out the website, it'll be right there. Of course, I'll make an announcement in the Gauntlet Discord server, anything. Which, that reminds me, if you want to check out more information, find out when match 3 is happening, or the exact time, because match 3 is happening this Sunday, probably sometime after CTM, then definitely join the Gauntlet Discord server, which the Gauntlet command should work. Yeah, there you go. Anyways, we're gonna find somebody to raid, but I'm your favorite underwater host, Sharky, and this has been the Classic Tetris Gauntlet Overdrive Playoffs. And I'll see you in the next match this upcoming Sunday. And that is my sister in chat, Master Puffyball, 2400. We're gonna find somebody to raid. This channel will be streaming the match again. Nah, it's all the custom ones. Yeah. So you can get custom flavors or anything. If you have more questions, of course, you can DM me on Discord. Let's see, who is streaming right now? That is correct. Oh, let's see. Ivory's doing a 750 follower celebration stream. So, why not raid Ivory? But once again, thank you guys for stopping by. And can't wait to see you guys in the next episode, or the next match. What's the site? Here, I'll post the site back in chat again. Right there. Right. But thank you all for watching, and go wish Ivory a happy 750.